Hello, welcome. I'm just getting started, as you can see. We always have to spin around right there and just work that glitch out. I keep hoping they'll kind of fix it. It didn't used to do that. And then all of a sudden they did an update and then it started glitching. And it's been glitching for the last couple of updates actually. So let's pop the map up. I'm going to leave it dark here just for a minute. Let's see, we've got to remember what all we have to do. Now, we just got through... Okay, that's fertilized 100%. But this is not... Well, yeah, it is too. How about this? Did we get this fertilized 100%? No, 50%. Okay, what else do we have? So this is ready to be planted. Okay, so we got to fertilize this cotton field. Okay, we have our, okay. What else? This one is ready to be replanted. I'm just trying to figure out, because we're going to have to replant. Okay, so everything else is replanted, but it's not all refertilized. I'm kind of just trying to wait for a minute here, guys. So we can do 50%, we can do fertilizer over here. Okay, what time is it? Ooh, it's almost midnight. I may have to do the stream just a little bit different than I was going to. Hey Richard, good to see you. I was kind of waiting for Dee Dee to get here. She usually gets here pretty quickly after we start. I wanted to show her this John Deere sign at nighttime. But if she doesn't get here like within the next minute or so, I'm going to go ahead and run the clock. How's your day been? Now let's see, once we advance the clock, what all are we going to have ready to go? This is going to be ready to go. And then I believe oh, okay. I've watched a couple of his live streams before. And we're going to have all this is going to be ready. Okay. I want to buy these fields and these three fields right here. But I need to advance my clock. I was wanting to show Dee Dee that John Deere sign. I know she saw where I put it, but she didn't see it because she had left before it got dark. But oh well, I can't. We're just going to have to go on. And we'll come back to that some other time. Oh, what month is it? Oh, it's May, okay. All right, there we go. All right, now let's look and see what we got to do. Because I still have to fertilize this field. Okay, we got to fertilize that field. And then, oh yeah, all that's ready. Where is my fertilizer spreader? Is it? And we've got to fertilize this. No, that's 100% already. Where's our fertilizer spreader? Whoops. There it is. So we got to take it up to the top of the map. I kind of confused myself by not doing that at the end of the last live stream, kind of putting things where I needed to use them at. All right. Now, are you going to be farming tonight? What map are you going to be on, Richard? Oh, okay. Okay, I think that's the only field that we have to fertilize. Now we have sunflowers, sunflowers, and sunflowers. So we are going to, whoops, I do that all the time. We're going to come over here. We need the sunflower header. Oh, that's cool. I do like big fields, at least for certain things. And we'll just start this guy like right here. If it'll start right here. It might move and go to its own spot. Hey Monty, how was your day? Okay, now we've got this field up here we can do soybeans, and that, I think that's the only thing else that's ready to harvest. Yep, so we'll get everything else done. Oh, well, I'm glad you're feeling better. Now we're going to be harvesting a bunch of sunflowers today, all our sunflower fields. I always like to drop that header right across from this gate right here so I have room to pull in there. Somebody has completed their task. No, they haven't. Really? That fast? He covered that whole field already? Wow. I guess so. I did not think it would cover this entire field that fast. Oh, those people got lucky. Now we'll just go ahead and take this thing over there. Hi, Dee Dee. I was going to show you what that John Deere sign looked like in the dark, hid in the bushes, but I had to go ahead and make it daylight again. Hey Ginger, how are you? We're just going to park this guy right over here like this. And then we need No, it's not on this live stream. I didn't go over to it because you weren't here. I did wait a while. That's okay. You'll be able to see it at some point. Look at this truck. Look at this truck I got. This is a fuel truck. I think you had already left last time before I bought this. I can't remember, but this is a fuel truck. Holds 50,000 liters of fuel. Unfortunately, it does not do maintenance also. But yeah, pretty cool fuel truck. Yeah, I advanced the clock until it got dark, and we went and looked at that sign. It looks pretty cool hid in the bushes. But I just left it sit there at the dark so I could show it to you. But that's okay. We can look at it again. Yeah, I like that truck. I wish it could do maintenance as well. And we are also harvesting all of our sunflowers. I'd really like to buy these 3 fields up here, but maybe I'll start with these 3 and connect them into one big field. That's 220, 124, that's 340, 380,000. This one's 500,000 on its own. Wow, I don't want to spend that much money just yet. I'm not ready to do that. Yeah, that was the very last thing I did for that live stream. I just advanced the clock until it got dark, about 11 o'clock at night. And then we went and looked at that sign. And then I just left the clock sit right there so I could show you before we got into today's stream. Well, if you're here at the end of tonight's stream, we'll do the same thing again. Hey Joe, how's it going? How you doing? I gotta turn my air conditioner down, guys. It's a little bit warm in here. Now, for those of you who are at my coloring live stream this morning, or technically yesterday morning, I actually made a couple of adjustments in the settings for the microphones, and hopefully it will be a little bit better. I think I got the volume, I think it was too loud, because I listened to it on my TV this afternoon, and I had to turn my TV way down because it was too loud. So I hope I have the volume adjusted better. It's called the gain. So I adjusted the gain on it. And then I also put it in stereo mode since I'm using two microphones. Oh, you're talking about, Joe, you're talking about my the headset I'm using now? Yeah, this is an entirely different setup, different system. Yeah. I think the gain was turned up too much. My son-in-law set that up last night, and I believe he told me that he had turned the gain up, but I really didn't even know what that meant, and it just didn't mean nothing to me at the time. But when I listened to it today, I had to turn my TV way down. So I did adjust the gain, and I put it in stereo mode. So now we have a true left and right channels. So we'll check that out on Friday also. And if I need to change the gain, we'll do it, but I won't know until after the stream and I listen to it because I want to use my TV as the control. But we'll use your headset, Dee Dee, to check out the stereo. Because I don't know which microphone is which. I don't know which one is the right and which one is the left. But once I figure out which one is right, which one is left, it should be pretty easy for me to keep them straight because I'll just put them back into the charger that way. I'm sure it's time to empty our harvester. Where is it? Oh, I'll tell you. I could hear myself whispering in that live stream this morning. Why is this guy not emptying? What is this about? Oh, wait a minute. Why is that not emptying? What is this telling me? I'm a little bit confused here. I thought that trailer was empty. I didn't realize there was something in it. Wait a minute. What's going on? Oh, it has wheat in it. I didn't realize it had wheat. Well, I got to go empty it. I didn't realize that thing still had wheat. Oh, I think... Maybe, did I feed the chickens? Maybe I fed the chickens and then forgot to empty the trailer. Alright, we'll go empty the trailer. Wow. Well, it was left in there. I don't normally leave stuff in the trailers, so I probably meant to. I think I fed the chickens and there was some left in it, and I just forgot to dump the rest of it in the silo. Or we filled up. Oh, we filled up the grain mill, didn't we? Let's check the grain mill. Yeah, see, we had filled up the grain mill. That's what we did. And I forgot to empty it when I got back. But let's go put this in the grain mill. Wait. Whew. Boy, I almost hit 2 signs right there. Maybe we can put this in the grain mill. It probably won't take all of it, but we might as well fill it back up. We're already here by town anyway. Oh, that's right, because I did. I emptied it out of the harvester, didn't I? And you're probably right. I probably left some grain in the harvester. Yeah, that's probably right. I wanted to see what that sign looked like hid in the bushes. And I know I was getting pretty tired the other night too. I don't think we can put all of it in here. No, oh, wow, that wasn't hardly worth the drive back down here. Oh my goodness. All right, well. Oh, you got two of the signs? I like it. I like the fact that it lights up at night. And that it pays me a little bit of money. My kids liked John Deere when they were young, not because they were into farming or any of that kind of stuff. They just liked the John Deere logo and stuff, you know. They were all into it, the hats and stuff like that. Whoa. Probably could have gave a little bit of that to the chickens too, but they'll be all right. Now let's go try this again. Yeah, if you got two of them, you're getting what, 1680? Yeah, 1680. It was $840 for each sign. So I thought it was pretty nice of John Deere to pay me $840 a month to hide their sign in the bushes. What am I doing? I already went here. Oh, I'm not sure. Could be a locust. That's much better. Well, we'll just let that guy ride right there. Now we might as well grab this thing. Hey, Whiskey Creek, how's it going? Man, I cannot see those fences. Yeah, I was thinking maybe a katydid. Wow, my ceiling light just came on all by itself. I don't think it's supposed to do that. Slow down. Oh, I really gotta ride the brakes on this thing. Alexa, turn off overhead light 3.
Okay.
Alexa, turn off overhead light 1.
Okay.
I don't know why it turned that thing on. Nobody asked it to. Man, this thing just keeps on rolling. This thing is so heavy. It just pushes this tractor. Wow. Now it looks like once we get this stuff done that we're... Okay, we got to plant this down here too, don't I? Okay, I need to go do that. Instead of having our planter sit here, I need to be planting our canola field. And then we'll come back to this. I'm going to go ahead and get this set up before I forget to change the crop type. YouTube is not always good about letting you know who has subscribed. Sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't. All right, so that guy can do his thing now. Did he have you came up with any new ideas as to how to mount your camera and stuff in your kayak? Oh, one of those little, like, real small ones? Yeah, you should be able to get a phone mount for it, or do some kind of modification. Oh, is that because you have your phone in a case and it won't fit the case? I've had that happen. I've heard of that yak attack. I think I saw an ad for it on YouTube, actually. No, I was going to say you'd need a waterproof case. And you need a lanyard tied to that, just in case. All right, Whiskey, good to see you. Thanks for coming by, hanging out for a bit. Yeah, that's you got to make sure it's all attached so it can't get away. Hey, Blue Zach. How are you doing? So, Dee Dee, when is the last time you had a tip over? All right, that's awesome. Thank you for that update, Monty. Because my screen does not update, so it just shows one like, and that's my own. Oh, okay. Well, good for you. I guess you still need to be prepared for one, just in case, huh? Well, I'm glad it floats. Oh, you rescued it after the rapids. I did a couple of canoe rides down a river for about 30, 40 miles. And there's nothing more fun than coming up on a waterfall and not having any idea just how big that waterfall is going to be. You've intentionally tried to dunk one? I would say that might be a little bit tough to do. I think they're pretty buoyant. Oh, well, that's cool. But I guess you need that if you're going to be giving river tours. Yeah, I would think it would be hard to sink one, that's for sure. Yeah, that would be nice. I'm wanting to go fishing, but there just isn't anything like real close. There's nothing close enough to me that I can walk to. I have a lifetime fishing license. We're actually Casey and I were talking about going to the lake this weekend. They were kind of her and Steven, and I think she wanted to take her mom, but she asked me if I could take my fishing pole because I have a fishing license. And at first I told her, yeah, I could do that. It'd be fun. But then I realized the lake she's talking about is in Kentucky. I don't have a Kentucky fishing license. I have a Virginia fishing license. So I can't use it over there. But where I live, I have to have 3 different fishing licenses. I have to have your regular fishing license. Then I have to have a trout license. And then I have to have a national forest permit. Because everything around here pretty much is stocked with trout. And pretty much every place is national forest. But I have a lifetime fishing state license. I have a lifetime trout license. But every year now I still have to buy the national forest. Yeah, we have to have a trout license here for any place where they stock trout, which is everywhere just about. Yeah, that's how mine is. I get my trout license for free. Well, I didn't get it for free. I had to buy the original lifetime license, but now it's a lifetime. But I still have to buy a national permit, a national forest permit every year. I don't know why they're not lifetime also. Oh, we have to have a trout license to fish in trout waters. Any place where they stock trout, we have to have a trout license to fish in it. Now, Joe, is that because they stock that particular section of water, that stretch of water? I know that's why we have to have it here, is because they actually stock. And I've been out there on days when they were doing the stocking. It's pretty cool. They just stock them right out of a truck. I have never fished with a fly rod, but I always wanted to learn how to use one. I just never did. Hard to do here though, because almost, there's so much of the woods. It's all forest. So even when you're fishing in a river, you got trees overhanging the river and stuff. So it's kind of hard to use a fly rod here. I always wanted to. I thought it would be fun. But like I say, there's not really that many opportunities here to be able to use a fly rod. I've only been fishing like one time in the last 4 years or so. Well, ever since I moved back from Hawaii, because the only time I've got to go, my grandson, his scout troop went fishing, and I got to go with them. But I think seniors should be able to fish for free, just like kids. Which in a sense you can if you have that lifetime license that you buy. But I think you ought to just be able to fish for free. Fish anywhere in the country. I shouldn't have to have as a senior, shouldn't have to have a license for every state. I did not have to pay full price to get my lifetime license, my seat for senior, but I did have to pay for it. It was a reduced rate and a requirement to get the lifetime license is you had to have a regular priced fishing license the year prior. So they wouldn't just let you wait until you turn 65 and then get you a free lifetime license. You actually had to pay full price for your fishing licenses the year prior, and then you could get the reduced senior rate for the lifetime license. So it's a little bit weird, but like I said, I still have to pay for a National Forest stamp every year. But I think once you're a senior, you should be able to fish anywhere for free, just like kids. Because I went to Texas, and I went fishing with my son-in-law in Texas. And it cost me, well, it didn't cost me, but it cost my son-in-law probably, I think about $36 just to get me a 3-day permit. We have a lake that's about 60 miles from where I live, something like that. But part of that lake is in Virginia, and part of it is in Tennessee. And you better not get caught, if you have a Virginia fishing license, you better not get caught in Tennessee waters. Unless they've changed that sometime recently, but it used to be you had to be very careful. You had to know where you were at on that lake. Let's check on this other harvester right quick. This one's ready. I get to talking, I forget to check on our helpers. This guy is almost done. I wanted to see where the other guy was, because he should be done too. There he is on his last pass. Good. I just said he should be almost done. Yeah, I think my lifetime license was $24. No, I was thinking it was discounted. Yeah, oh, I can't remember. I don't remember what I paid for my lifetime license. But thankfully, I don't ever have to pay for it again, so that's what matters. I am wondering, wait a minute, can I get through this gate? Folding is not allowed while the tool is filled. Okay, because I don't think I can get through this fence down here with this thing open. I may have to go dump it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I don't think I'm even in the right spot. I'm going to have to go empty this so I can fold the header, no doubt. I don't think it can get through the gate. I was going to go in the back way, but I don't think it'll fit through the gate, so I'm going to go up here. I didn't want to have to be dumping this thing all the time. I don't think I can fit through the gate though unless I fold the header, and it won't let me fold the header when there's grain in it. All right, I'll have to look for that when we get down here then. I'm just going to leave that open for now. Whoops. Well, now I didn't want to close that. Oh, no. Why is that not folding the header? I thought that header was supposed to fold. Maybe it doesn't. Oh, that might not be good. Am I going to be able to get this header through that gate? See, there's a gate right here. I can't get through there. So you're saying there's another way in? Oh, I can come in from this side. I see. Well, if that's what I have to do, that's what I have to do. Now we got to harvest that field right there too. That's sunflowers, but I wanted to do this field in the back first. Go back. I got a field right here. I don't want to go this way. I don't want to drive across my field. I mean, I could. Whoa, 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 wait a minute. No, we don't. We just need to wipe out a few signs. I don't know who put those signs there in the first place. They shouldn't be there. Let's see, we want this upper road. Right here. Okay, at least we can get in there. I was thinking, don't tell me I've put sunflowers in a field that I can't even get to. I mean, we could always use the other harvester because we have the trailer that we can pull the header for on that one, but so we could use this harvester to do that field if we had to. It would probably be quicker, a little easier to get to. Well, one thing I need to look at here in a minute. Let me get this part done. Whoa. I'm wondering do I own any of that fence that I could remove it? Ah. I'm going to take a look at that here in just a second. Let's look at the map. Let's look at farmland. I own that fence. I own the fence, so let's go see. Now this guy's done. But before I go anywhere with that guy, I want to go over here. Let's go over here for a minute. Well, maybe I don't own the fence. I think I own the fence. We'll cut across here. Well, there was no fence in the way right there. I've got to figure out where this fence is so I know, well, so I can look and see if there's anything I could remove. We might as well just get up to where the gate's at. That's what's important. I don't know that it'll let me remove this. Whoops. No, see, that's right on the edge of what I do own. So I own right up to the fence. But what is the deal over here? Wait a minute. Let me look here. Aha. Aha. Wait a second. I think I just found a way in with that harvester. Had to take a peek at the map right there. I think I might have figured out a way in to how we can take the harvester in from this side. What if we just brought the harvester? We'd have to drive through a little bit of our field, but what if we brought it in this way? And avoided that gate? Yes. That's the way we got to do it. And we're going to find out on the way out. We'll make sure that works on the way out. That tree might be in the way. We might have to go back there and cut a tree down. Okay, so now we're ready to do sunflowers over here. Oh, I hit the wrong button again. Oh my goodness. I keep hitting the wrong button. That's what I was thinking. We can remove it if necessary, or might remove it anyway just to make it easier. I harvested that field before, but I used the other harvester because I had soybeans over there. This is the first time I actually had sunflowers in that field. Now we want sunflowers. Hire a helper. All right, now hey Brady, how are you doing? All right, now this guy, yeah, it's not going to be ready because we can see it's not, it's going to be another 2 or 3 months before it's ready. We're going to take these soybeans, we're going to put them in our silo. I'm looking forward to harvesting cotton. Okay, Richard, good. Now what are you going to be replanting? Let's see if our other harvester is done with that small field yet. Yep. Alright, let's see if we can get out of here. We may have to bring T-Rex over here. Probably will anyway. Well, we can get this way. That tree won't bother me. I can go that way. That's not a big deal. So the tree can stay. And thankfully, I don't have to drive through too much of our field. Good deal. Oh, some rye. All right. I've never done that before. And the first thing he did is miss some right there. Now let's look at our oil mill for a second. We need about, what, 34,000? Yeah, you're right, of course. We need 34,000 liters of sunflowers. So I suspect we'll have that. We do have some. I want to go see how much we have in our trailer, though. In our silo. We do have some in here. I don't know how much. We should have quite a bit, actually. We got that whole field full. Let's see. We've got 63,000 liters in here. Wow, that's quite a bit. More than I thought. We can actually do this. We can just go ahead and fill the oil mill, and then everything we get off of that field is going to go in here. Oh, wow. That's cool. So we got right at 30,000. still left in our trailer here. Now, when we get that big field down there, let's see, we're planting sunflowers. So when we get done with that, we'll take care of all the sunflowers, and then we'll come do this field. That makes more sense since we're already down there on that end, and I cannot do sunflowers with my other piece of equipment. Or maybe I can. Do I have a planter? Do I have another planter? I do have a seeder. Now let's look at the map again for a second. Yeah, this field's going to be ready, so we're just going to leave this harvester. Actually, we'll just pull it down in here. No, I don't want to pull it down in there. I want to just... Whoops. Actually, we could bring the trailer down this way and drop it off. And we could just leave that guy sit right there for now. We've got to get that guy to finish there. Now let's go back onto the farm. I could use this guy, but he doesn't do soybeans. And that's what I really want to plant is soybeans. I thought I should have another planter. Maybe I sold it when I should have kept it. Because that would be nice to have as a second planter. And I don't seem to have one, so maybe we buy one. No, I don't seem to have one hiding anywhere. So maybe we should buy one. Probably like this one. Or not that one, this one. Because this one I don't have to plow. And that kind of keeps us, I don't want another gigantic one, I don't think. Although, maybe. Yeah, we might as well. Let's see, I'm not really sure. Oh, that's the brands. It's Valtra, so we'll leave it Valtra. Okay, well. All right. 109,000. But we need a second one. Actually, let's take this tractor over here. I'm going to move this trailer because it's not something we're going to use a lot. We won't need it a lot, but I just have it just in case. We did have a situation where I was able to use the second trailer. But for the meantime, we're going to park it over here. That thing's rough. I'm thinking about changing it to a different one. Yeah, this is the tractor that has the funny mirrors that blink. I don't know why they blink like that. They black out. Now we got to take it back to the farm and fill it before we can go use it. Right back over there where we just were. But I'd rather be able to fill it for free. Man, that thing, it's got so much weight behind it. All right, this will help us out a lot in the long run. So we can be planting in two different places at the same time. Because we have two harvesters. Now we have two planters, two sprayers. We actually have three sprayers, or fertilizer spreaders, I should say. Whoa, wow. I didn't even notice the barricade was down until I was like way too close to it. So I think I might leave this tractor. Yeah, I remember. I think I might leave this tractor with this planter down on this end. Alright guys, I need to take a quick break. I'll just let you ride along with this harvester and I'll be right back. Alright guys, I'm back. Hey Grave Reaper, how are you? I am doing good. What map are you playing on? Reaper, what map are you playing on? Oh, okay. Now, I personally think some of the maps on FS22 are better than FS25, like Calmlands, for example. I wish they had not made so many changes. Oh, we're almost done here doing the headland roads, and then we can jump across there and catch the big long field. Well, now that might be possible. Yeah, I don't know how long I'm going to stay on here tonight. Let's look at the map right quick. Let's see. Let's look at the map. So I'll probably sleep one day and get this field done. But that's the only other thing that's going to be ready. Well, maybe that one will be ready. So, no, this one. This will be the only other one. So God bless you, Dee Dee. Thank you for coming and hanging out for a while. I'd say doing like 5 and 6 hour live streams all the time probably is not the best thing for my health, especially when I start at midnight. Hey, Nate. How's it going? I originally was doing like 2-3 hour live streams, but here lately I've been doing 5 and 6 hour live streams. Not all of them are 5 and 6 hours, but that's getting more and more frequent. Of course, I was just at the doctor yesterday, and he didn't tell me I can't stay up all night if I want to. Of course, I didn't ask him about it either. Tonight I plan on finishing. I want to get this field planted, and then I want to sleep so we can get these fertilized, and we'll harvest this field. And I may replant it also. We'll see, depending on the time, but that's the only thing. Well, this one here is going to be replanted. So it needs to be fertilized also, but we'll do all the fertilizing while we're harvesting this field, and then that'll be it. I may replant this one, I may not. It just depends on how late it gets. Where's... This guy's almost done. I gotta remember to come down here and catch these, this edge where he didn't catch it. I see he missed one right there too. Oh, okay. What are you doing? I just fired you because I wanted you to come down here. Now we just got through filling up our oil mill with sunflowers, so all of this is going to go in our silo. Now he left a few stragglers along the edge. I don't know why he did that, but there's a couple up here on this corner. Now we can just go put all this in our silo. Alright, whoops. Let me go ahead and close that back up. And we're using this as a silo, guys, for those who haven't seen that before. We're using both of these as silos. One's for sunflower seeds, and the other one is for canola. So we're going to take this up here and just drop it off over here like this. I do like having these mobile silos. Now we'll go do this smaller field on the back side over here first. Whoa. Man, this thing takes so much distance to get stopped. It's insane how heavy this thing is. It just pushes this thing. It just keeps pushing that tractor. No worries. Okay, so we'll this guy's, oh, he's almost done, isn't he? I'm doing pretty good. I tested out some new microphones for my coloring live stream. Yesterday morning at this point. In my opinion, I mean, they do okay, but I don't really, I kind of like the way they worked in FS22, because they kind of do their own thing. And I've had several, just in my last live stream, I had an instance where I was using a liquid fertilizer sprayer, and the helper just, for whatever reason, just stopped and was sitting there and was just spraying out fertilizer for no reason. We'll take this back over to the farm. And I've had that happen a couple of times. But the helpers on here, on FS25, now they can do some things they could not do on FS22, which is like they can actually go around a curve in the field. But it's like you can't just start them in one spot and they go back and forth. It's hard to predict what they're going to do. The potato harvester, oh, that thing just annoyed me to death because it took hours. The guy would just drive around in circles and not do anything. So he spent a couple hours just driving around in circles. We got to get this field replanted. We get the other big sunflower field replanted. I think I preferred they have good points and bad points. I like the fact that it can drive around us in a circle like it just did. You've seen it go around the curve. It cannot do that in FS22. But they spend a lot of time in FS25 driving around, not doing anything. It's hard to predict where they're going to go next. Just like I did with that harvester back there, I got rid of the helper so I could go over to that other section of crop that was over there. I hired the helper, and the helper just said, no, we're going to go back over there and do that part. So I had to fire it again and go do what I wanted to by myself, because it will insist that it's going to go where it wants to go. So you'll see an example of it being able to follow a curve here in just a few minutes when we jump up to this other field, which is nice because you can actually, like this thing right here, I start it in this field, it will finish the whole field. I don't have to do anything else. It'll come back and it'll catch all the spots, and it would not do that in FS22. Unless it was like a rectangular shaped field, because it would only work in straight lines, and now it'll work on curves also. Now this one it has to take straight, but then it's going to curve right on out of here. See, it's figured out for itself where to go next. Oh, I know what you mean. Now watch this guy. This is one of the advantages for FS25 as far as the AI workers. Watch, when he gets up here to the end of this row, he's just going to turn, he's going to follow the curve, which means it's faster. It doesn't have to stop and turn around as many times, which is a good thing. That's a positive. So I think if they did a little bit of tweaking, but like I said, that potato harvester, the helper in that thing had no clue what to do. He would drive all over the place and do nothing. Just kept going in circles. Now we might as well catch these little spots that this thing, that the helper missed. Yeah, I believe that was the price for a PS5 also. That is kind of expensive. All right, now we got to finish this one. We'll just hire a helper. And that will have everything, that'll have everything replanted. And then we've got to fertilize it all. But we have to sleep before we can fertilize. And then we'll harvest this field while we're getting everything fertilized. Now, look here. See, we were talking about problems. Look, Reaper. This guy's just sitting here. He's not doing anything. He's just sitting here, costing me money. And it looks like he's planting seed. Because if you look at the price, if the money up there, the money's going down. If I didn't notice this, this guy would sit here and he would spend that entire $1 million just sitting there, doing nothing. But he'd spend that whole $1 million. So that's one thing you have to like keep an eye on. Oh wait, maybe this is did I already plant this field? Maybe that's why. Yeah, but I may have already planted this field, did I? No, it's harvested. That's what I thought. See, it's not even wanting to plant. So I don't know why. Now he will. So you got to keep an eye on what they're doing. So this is one of the negatives with the helpers in FS25. They do stuff like that. And like I said, if I hadn't noticed that that guy was just sitting there, like if we just went and did something else and didn't check on that guy, he would sit there and spend a whole $1 million. And we were just talking about the fertilizer spreader doing that. I didn't know that this thing would do it too, but yeah. So they definitely need to fix the AI helpers in FS25. Make them better. Some things they do better, other things, like you just saw, they do not. Now this is all we can do until this guy gets done, and then we've got to sleep for a day, advance the clock. But that's the only thing left to do. We got everything else done now. Did I harvest? I mean, I need to make sure this is fertilized like it needs to be. Yep, okay. Okay. I thought I did, but I wasn't for sure. So once we get that field planted, we'll sleep. We'll come back to the farm, we'll sleep, and then we'll harvest this field, and while we're harvesting this field, we'll go fertilize everything else. The second layer of fertilization. Everything right now is 50% fertilized. And it's kind of good to me that we've got to this point because I can put my controller down, give my hands a break. Well, I have arthritis in my hands and I have carpal tunnel syndrome. So for a lot of the things I do, I have to wear wrist splints. So that's one thing I like about this game. I first came across this game on YouTube about 3 years ago, just about 3 years ago, actually. I watched this guy, Dagger, win, and a couple other guys, like Mr. Sealy P, and a couple other guys, but mostly Dagger win. And I saw that you could hire an AI helper, so I realized I could put the controller down, and that's what got me most interested in this game. And I like these kind of games that are like tycoon type, where you can amass wealth. So I decided to play this game on FS19. I bought FS19 about 3 months before FS22 was released. I knew it was going to be released. Yeah, I like simulator games because you can amass wealth and stuff, but this one you can actually let the AI play it for you, and that's why I started playing this game. Because I cannot play fighting games and stuff like that. I have like Bloodborne. I've got some racing games. I've got some other kinds of games. I've got Elden Ring. But I can't play those games. They make my hands hurt too much. So this game, if I get a lot going on, then my hands have to be pretty busy, because I have to do a lot of stuff myself. So it's always kind of nice when I get to where I'm on the last job and the AI helper can do it, and I can put my controller down and give my hands a break for a little bit. And this is the first time tonight I've been able to do that. And I've been streaming for just under 3 hours now. Got about 5 more minutes and we'll hit the 3-hour mark. And then we probably got another hour to go by the time this guy gets this field planted, and then we can get the other field harvested. You see how this guy just took off across work he's already done instead of like working back from back there where he was at and going around again? It's because they do things in a certain order. He will do the interior of this field first, and then he'll do 2 headland rows around the outside. So he's going to finish everything on the inside of this field first. Then he's going to go do the outside, the 2 headland rows. Now the harvester will do the 2 headland rows first and then do the interior of the field. But it's always hard to predict where they're actually going to go. Because see, in my opinion, he's wasted all this time. He could be dragging that planter behind him and hitting all these spots that he's just driving over the top of and not doing anything to. But I guess you can't have everything, so. Oh, I didn't even notice, look. He missed that with the harvester. I didn't even notice. I don't think they've missed that in the previous times. So I never even thought about it. Oh well. There's nothing I can do about it now. And one of them's already knocked this sign down, so now they're going to grab this sign and start dragging it because they've got it back out in the middle of the field again. I had it moved over to the edge. Well, they didn't drag it too far. I had it moved. I'll have to get the plow or something and get a hold of it and drag it back out into the road. They keep knocking it down. I knocked it down to start with. And then when I connected these fields together, it was in the middle of the field and it was respawning in the field. So I did change the outline of the field a little bit so that I was hoping I could get around it, but they keep knocking it down. And the way they do this now, like for this piece of equipment, they'll do the inside of the field first, and then they do the two headland rows. I wish they did the inner headland row first, and then the outer headland row. That way, when it got done, you didn't have to drive across the crop you just planted to get your tractor out. You'd already be right on the edge of the field, and you could just drive right out. So I think they do it backwards. Okay, Monty, God bless you. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Yep, I'll be looking for that. Well, Reaper, I'm not a farmer. I grew up in Kansas, Colorado, Oklahoma, but I always lived in town. A lot of my cousins were, they were farmer people. But I was a city boy. I used to go spend a couple of weeks during the summer with my uncle when I was growing up. So I got to drive the tractors and stuff like that. Well, not all of them. I never got to operate like the combine, but he had an old tractor with a plow on it, and he would let me pull that plow. Oh, okay. I live in Virginia now. I live in a small town. Way down south, near the Tennessee and Kentucky state lines. Now see, look at this guy. He will sit here all day trying to back up instead of just stopping and changing directions. Oh, you're up way north. So we've been streaming for 3 hours and 5 minutes, guys. I wasn't paying attention to the clock. I was trying to watch this guy right here, but now I play on Calmlands also. So I play on 2 different maps. Actually, let me take a look right here. I think we're going to be doing this field, and then these 2 small fields will be ready, and that's going to be all there is. So I think maybe on Friday we'll get these done. And we might go on to Calmlands, actually. Maybe. I'm thinking we might. Well, we'll have this one too. We'll either go on Calmlands on Friday, we'll finish up on Calmlands, or we'll do Calmlands on Monday. It looks like we'll be able to do that, because I'll have everything at the right spot to do that. Right. I think generally speaking, if you mention New York, the average person would think of New York City. They don't think about New York as a country state. Now, I've drove tractor trailer through New York State a few times. But all that was, of course, interstate driving. You've been outside of New York once? Where to? All right, we have everything replanted. Okay, Vermont and New Hampshire. I have been to 49 of the 50 U.S. states. The only state I have not traveled to is Maine. Now I am going to leave this planter down on this end because we just bought that new planter and we have it at the farm. So I'm going to keep this one down here. Let me go back to the farm for a second though, because I don't know that I want to leave that tractor. I may want a different tractor. Well, for now we can leave it. Oh, that's like me going to Kentucky now. I've been having to go to Kentucky to the doctor. I just went yesterday, actually. All right, now we're going to sleep for day. Let's save it, though. Let's save the game. I haven't saved it yet tonight. So we'll save it. And now we're going to sleep for till the next day. And we just picked up about $84,000. Now, we have our fertilizer spreader already over here. And I'm just going to use solid fertilizer. This one will do solid fertilizer or it'll do the liquid. I'm just going to hire a helper. And we'll let that guy do his thing. And we're going to go over here and we're going to start harvesting this field. Now watch, I'm just going to pull out here and this guy will figure out where he wants to start. Hire a helper. He won't start right there. Oh, okay. I won't do much traveling this year. Well, I may go to Texas before the year is out. I don't think so, though, because I went to Texas not too long ago. I have a daughter who lives in Texas with her family. And I go visit her usually I'll go spend a couple of weeks every year. And I was just there this past March, I believe. Yeah, it was in March no, in April. What part of Florida? I used to live in Florida. I lived in Daytona Beach. for a couple years, and then I moved to Hawaii. That's how I got the Hawaiian hillbilly. Oh, okay. Now, when I lived in Daytona Beach, there was an active serial killer on the loose, a female named Eileen Warnes. Some of y'all may have heard of her. Now we've got to keep an eye on this fertilizer. He's probably just about done. But this is one of those things. I had it running. I had it unfolded for the liquid fertilizer, and it got stuck just like you saw that planter do. And it was just sitting there spraying, not doing anything, not going anywhere, just spraying it. Yeah, I would like to see Maine. I don't know if I'll ever make it there or not, because I don't own a car, so I can't just take off and go someplace. If I owned my own car, I probably would. I would go to Maine just so I could say that I've been there, that I made it to all 50 states. And I've traveled through southern Canada, and I've traveled down in Mexico, down to Mexico City, and then I've also been to Panama, Central America. All right, that guy's done there. Now we can go down to the bottom of the map and get those fields down there done. But before we go, we better check and see. He's not ready yet, so we got time. We got time to make it down there. I got lost on Long Island, New York, in a tractor trailer one time. They gave me bad directions, and I ended up with the tractor trailer in a residential neighborhood. That was fun. So we got to fertilize that field right there, this one right here, and this one back here. Whoa! I couldn't hardly see that fence right there. All right, well, let that guy run. I'll have to keep an eye on it, though, to make sure it don't get stuck and just sit there. So let's see. We need one of our trailers. Now that harvester, I will say this, the harvester is going to work fine. I've never had an issue with the harvester on FS25. But this guy, because this guy can cost us money, we need to stay with him. The harvester, the only thing it'll do, if anything, is it'll just sit in one spot. Now we'll have to pay the helper, but it can't hurt us, it can't cost us money. This guy can cost us money if we're not careful. All right, he's done. It says he's done, but you can see he missed a spot right there. Or I believe he did. Let's check and see. Let's see if it goes to 50. Well, maybe not. Yeah, right here, see? It goes to 50%. So he didn't exactly finish everything. Yeah, North Carolina has pretty countryside. Well, I don't know why this guy doesn't like to start down here. Is it just too steep of a hill? Now we got to keep an eye on this guy, because he will stop and just sit there and start wasting fertilizer. And I don't know if it's because it's a hillside. Well, where is that guy? Couldn't see him there for a minute. Now we can leave that guy just sit right there, because I want to make sure this guy don't get stuck. Well, that looks like it skipped a big section down the middle. I say he says he's finished, but he's not. It did not do this section down here. I don't know why it skipped it. Well, now from this, here it is. She skipped all this right here. So now we got to do this field. Okay, we got a ways to go before he's got a full tank, so we'll go, make sure this guy, oh look, came back just at the right time. This guy just got stuck, and he's just sitting there wasting our fertilizer. See, it doesn't make any sense what this guy's doing. It wastes a lot of motion. Now, like in FS22, when the fertilizer spreader got to the end of a row, it would turn off, then turn around, and then turn back on, but here it just keeps spraying. So it's kind of weird. Okay, Reaper, God bless you. Thanks for coming and hanging out. I've got a little bit more to do on here. All right, I stream on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at midnight, our time, because it's the same time for me as it is for you. Blocked by an object. Who's blocked by an object? Is my tractor? Oh, of course. Of course, it has to run into the tractor. It can't go around. All right, good. We'll see you then. Take care. Now there's one little spot down here you didn't get. Right down in this corner. Now we're going to park over here. Because this will be the next place we need to fertilize, so we just park over here. Sometimes it's just as fast to run as it is to scroll through the entire list. What I'm probably going to end up doing is I'm going to harvest this field and then replant it. And that way it's ready to be fertilized. All right, I got to take a quick break, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back, guys. Now, there are times when I wish I could do multitasking in the same field. I could if I wanted to do it manually. Maybe when this guy gets done with this section here, I'll get the planter and I'll come over here. I'll do this part manually. So let me get the planter. Now we'll just leave this guy sit right here like this until this harvester gets this last little. I better move though, because he's liable to run into me. Maybe we'll wait like this. And to those who have been watching tonight and have not been in chat, let me just take the time to say thank you. I hope you guys had a great day. I hope you enjoyed the stream. We just hit the 4-hour live stream mark, guys. It's 4 o'clock in the morning where I live, but we're going to finish this field. Now I'm just going to let it sit here. I'll let the helper finish it. That got some of it done though. My hands are hurting. So we'll just leave it sit there and let the helper finish. Hey, Dee Dee, you're back. I was just wondering if you'd catch me still here, because I got to finish this field. I was just thinking about that. I was doing that part over there manually to try to save some time, but my hands hurt me too much. I got to stop. Yeah, it is kind of funny, because I was just thinking about that. I wasn't expecting you back like this early, because I figure I got a little while yet to finish this, but I thought, I wonder if Dee Dee will show back up before I'm done. Catch me. I would put a helper in that planter right there, but I can't trust the helper just to continue going back and forth over there. It might take off and try to come over here somewhere. I guess maybe I could try it and see what happens. If it'll work over on this side of the field, but I don't know that it will. I guess I can let it do what it wants to do as long as it doesn't get over there where the harvester's at. That'll save a little bit of time. If I can get this done while you're still here, then I can, I'll show you that sign. That was my plan. I was going to just finish this up, and I was just going to speed the clock up until it got dark, and then I was just going to save the game and let it sit right there until the next live stream. It won't take too much longer to finish this, not really. The harvester doesn't have that much more to go. No, you might not, but even if you don't, I'm just going to advance the clock. I'm not going to sleep. I'm just going to speed the clock up until like 11 o'clock at night, just so it's dark. And then I'll save it and just leave it sit there. And then Friday, at the beginning of the live stream, I can show you that sign. Because it looks pretty cool at night. This guy's catching up with that harvester because he runs faster and he's working at a wider width. That's how I sleep too. I've had insomnia for years. I seldom actually sleep for more than about an hour at a time. Oh, it's probably been 30 years since I've had 3 or 4 hours sleep at one time. I gotta stay with this guy over here just to make sure he doesn't get in the way. Yeah, I've been on prescription sleep aids, but they never helped me either, so I quit taking anything for it a long time ago. Oh, we're going to have this field finished here pretty soon. It won't take too much longer to finish this. It does look cool to have two guys working in the same field. I have had fields where I had everything going at the same time. I would be harvesting, fertilizing, plowing, planting, all at the same time in the same field. Yep. Yeah, I was doing that on FS22. I didn't play FS19 long enough for me to be brave enough to try that. I was actually doing that on Calmlands on FS22. Okay, Richard, God bless you. Thanks for coming and hanging out. I'm going to get this field finished. Which won't take too much longer. Yep, Friday night. Ooh, why did that guy stop? What are you doing, dude? Whew. See, I left that guy unattended for a second and he goes all crazy doing stuff. Wow. I'm just going to let this guy finish and then I'll restart the helper down there, but I don't know what he's doing. Now we'll let that guy start again. Actually, I think I'm just going to leave this sit out. Well, maybe not. Ooh. What? Is that thing full? Is that what it's telling me? I don't like that. Wow. I need a bigger silo. Although I can sell this stuff right there too. Yeah, I definitely need a bigger silo. I never actually knew how much that silo would hold. That was only $57,000. See, why is this out here doing a headland row when it still has stuff on the inside of the field to do? This is why you cannot just put multiple, you can't multitask in the same field and leave it unattended because they'll mess it all up. Now see, this guy should have done that strip right here before it's doing this out here. I don't know why it's not. Oh, now it's going to go do it? No. I'll have to do it myself. Now we will go advance the clock, but not the calendar. Now we'll save it right there. And we'll be ready to start. We'll start right here on the next one. So that'll wrap it up for tonight, guys. Just shy of 5 hours. And we'll pick it up right here on the next one. Let's see, what are we going to be doing? What do we have? We're going to have this one, we'll have this field. And it looks like maybe this one. Yeah, I think that'll be it. Because I think this one has to go one more day. Yeah, so we're just going to have 2 fields, and then we may jump over on calm lands. Because we just got these 2 small fields. So we'll do those next time, and then we'll probably go on calm lands. But that's where we'll leave it for tonight, guys. And we'll do it again on Friday. Until then, God bless.